There's Connie.
Hello.
Hi, Connie.
Hi. I'm here.
I can't get the sound. I guess I'm on, but I don't know how. How do you get the sound on?
Good evening, everyone. Before we get started, if everybody can mute your audio until you're recognized to speak, please.
Here we go.
Good evening.
Hi, Miss Alejo.
I can't even hear on this. Is this or do I unplug it?
Yeah, just you can.
I can't hear it either. Oh. No.
Ms. Anejo, all of our board members are in the meeting.
I think we're missing one. They're trying to figure it out still.
Who is it?
Flores.
I saw him in here. There he is. Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Okay, let me look at it, Mr. Roscoe.
Unless they have it on mute.
Good evening.
It's 6:01. I can't even tell if I'm on or not.
Yeah, one more time before I call the meeting to order, if you could
I can't
please
hear
put
anything.
your audio on mute.
Oh,
I don't know
you're
if
that's off.
in the background.
You're
This? Okay, so now
We still have one stuck somewhere.
I can't.
We can wait a few more minutes.
This isn't working. It's all the way up.
maybe coming from here.
Board members, would you please check and make sure that you can access board book? I went in and re-unlocked it just to make sure it didn't happen what happened during the budget committee meeting. So you just make sure that you're able to access that info. It should be good to go.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's back up.
Where on here do you access board book?
I'm on the app on my iPad, Mrs. Prado.
Ms. Prado, you can go onto our district website and there's the board meeting book under the school board tab that has today's meeting, and it'll open up to all of the agenda items.
How can I?
Members.
Can you see me?
I'm working. Exit out of the meeting.
Okay, how do you exit out?
I don't know how to do it. I only see myself.
Right here?
I only see myself. Wait a minute.
There you are.
Hi,
You're
Mrs.
fine,
Barba.
Barbara. We can see you. That's good. Mr. Flores, we're still having some issues with him, I believe.
Can y'all hear me?
Sorry,
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
I accessed board book and then I got out of the meeting.
You're gonna have to access through a different device, I believe, right, Michelle?
There you go.
We see you, Mrs. Prado.
Okay.
And I'm going to share the board book pages in the meeting, so y'all don't need to pull it up necessarily. I'll share them.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
Thank you.
Mr. Flores, are you good to go? You can hear us now, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're all set, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay.
Mr. Lott, can everyone hear me okay?
Just really briefly, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Lalaman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we just need everyone else to mute themselves, please, before we start the meeting.
Mr. Lalaman, I just wanted to verify that this is Mr. Flores on. He has his own board book and his computer at home.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, ma'am?
Because you mentioned that you are going to project or present the document. But I do see that Mr. Flores is on voice on here. Just want to be sure that he has what he needs at home to access his board book.
It appears that he's on the computer. He's not on phone.
Oh, perfect. Got it.
I'm on. You can hear me, right?
I can
Yes,
hear
sir, we
you.
can.
I can see everybody, but you can't see me, and then I could see the stuff. So.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
sir.
And I went ahead and
Okay.
muted a couple of people that were still not muted. So if you need to speak, make sure that you unmute yourself by going to the bottom of your screen and clicking the microphone button to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go. The meeting is now called to order of the Board of Trustees. Regular board meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, and the time is 6:06. Michelle, if we can have roll call, please.
Miss Stacy Alderete,
Present.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Connie Prado,
Present.
Miss Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Present.
Mr. Homer Flores,
Here.
Mr. Kevin Rasco,
Present.
Miss Veronica Barba.
Present.
Thank you, Michelle. If we can all participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge, prayer, and the call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it's
one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your head in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for keeping us healthy during this trying time. We are meeting here today to continue working for our students and our families. Give us the guidance to make the best decisions for our community and to help us navigate through this new normal. Please watch over us and keep us safe and healthy so we may meet again and continue working for our family. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Call to action. All students
Education experiences, empowering them to make decisions, while enriching their lives and choose who they create.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is the citizens to be heard. We did publish the email address, given the governor's suspension of some of the items on the Texas Open Meetings Act, but we have accommodated the public by being able to email comments to the school board. So at this time, board members, if you can check your email and see if there's any comments posted, I'll give you a couple of minutes there. The chair, recognizing that no comments for citizens to be heard were submitted, we'll move to the next item, which is the superintendent's report on academics, child nutrition, and district safety. Ms. Aneo.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board. Great to be here today as we transition to what would be our second meeting in this manner. So we kind of combined both the superintendent comments and our just reporting just from what has transpired and how we've embraced our new normal for our families and our staff, as well as, gosh, the nation. With that being said, Mr. Lalaman, I do believe you have a PowerPoint. You can just transition over to that. Just several updates for our trustees and anyone that is joining us from our staff and of course our community as well. We and I myself, along with the staff, continuously provide updates and reports to our Board of Trustees. So I hope that this is not repetitive in any way, but we did want to share some additional specificity in regards to, of course, our nutrition staff, our safety, and the transition to our future within our district. We have sent out multiple letters to our community and our staff as we transition. As we know, on Friday, the governor extended closure until the end of the academic school year. Many questions are forthcoming, and our intent is to continue to provide updates to our families and our community on a weekly basis. Sometimes it's from day to day, just depending on what is taking place. And my hat's off to our instructional leaders, our principals that continuously update and share information to our students and our families. The contact is by far at the highest priority. We know that this is major to our enrollment and acknowledging what students we are capturing from day to day and how we're communicating as we continue these next few weeks into the month of May. What you will see is the first section there is just a distant learning, just a recap for us. Can you shift over, Mr. Lalaman, to the next slide there? Keep going there. Right there, yes. So round one, as you recall, happened, right in the middle of our spring break week. By that Friday, we, as a team, coordinators, directors, principals, were meeting. So we hit the ground running, and we definitely prioritized the distance learning and making that contact. So what you see here is just really the first week of what we transitioned from day to day between March 15th through March 20th. We knew that this was something that also needed the care of our care zone for the social emotional wellness of our students. And again, our teams have been phenomenal, every single department, which also provides weekly updates of all the happenings that are taking place as well. As we transition to many of those unknowns, we were able to get somewhat of a flow of what this would look like. So we had 3 rounds of distant learning packets that were provided to our students, and the next steps are to come. We originally in our first round made contact with 85% of our elementary students and 75% of our secondary students. From there forward, we have had conversations. I have the opportunity to meet with every principal on a weekly basis to check in, and we continue to capture numbers alongside the data analytics that come in from Mr. Lalaman in the department there as well. Mr. Lalaman? As you see, we shifted over to Distance 2 learning packets through March 23rd through March 31st. The contact did increase. We did see a shift. My constant communication by far with our secondary schools, Dr. Hernandez at the high school, was extremely important. And I will share that in the middle schools, in our middle schools as well as our high schools, we were fortunate that we had the one-to-one initiative. So that really allowed us to make a very a strong connection with our students to ensure that there was some communication taking place. Still trying to really continue that ongoing learning process. It's the buzzword, the potential learning gaps. How do we know if this is working? What is happening from day to day. How can we capture that, and how can we look through and learn from that and strengthen that? I will tell you, with our instructional leaders, that is happening every single day. And we, as a hopeful person that I am, continue to visit and communicate what that potential impact will have for us if we're losing that connection with our students. And the goal is not to. We have placed, different types of initiatives. We have our truancy team, Mr. Cavazos, Mr. Dominguez, alongside many others. I can give you a list of names that are out there physically in our buses delivering technology to our families, which is absolutely phenomenal and heartwarming to see. But that really caps our round two. We have transitioned this month. This month in April. So the goal ultimately is to reach every single one of our students, whether it is with the technology connection or driving to their homes, and that is where we are. This week, last week, and the next 5 weeks, if that's what we need. We have provided this opportunity for every one of our principals that still lacks in certain percentages of students that have not been contacted at all, and the safety of our families. Earlier today, we did share that we have purchased fans, canopies. Conversation that I've had with Mr. Stevens is just, it's getting a little warmer out there as well. So we do need to be mindful. Another process that we put in place is that every time we transition any update, we started on the following week on the Monday. So that weekend prior to Thursday, we utilize our communications team to provide that information and any updates there. And I know I've reiterated this to our trustees in the past. I can tell you we are not perfect, but we do strive to ensure that any question, any email, any call that comes in as a team. Mr. Lallivan? Along with the transition to go well, the efforts there from our team, and as we do trustees pay for our graduation for ours, because we do not want to. We want in mind drive-through celebration, all those components, the updates of COVID
is what's going to hold us back. What you send us. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Over to you, Mrs. Alderete.
And I have a couple ideas. Maybe we can talk. They've missed a lot. Maybe we can talk about that.
Yes, ma'am.
That you had, and I'm sorry, my oversight. I should have let the board members know. You still had about a minute on out of your 3 minutes, Ms. Alderete. So I just want to make sure that we're adhering to the 3 minutes, and then we'll go back around again if board members have more comments to make. But before I move forward, I just want to read a portion of the rules of decorum here. Regarding disruption, the board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience or individual board members. Persons attending board meetings shall not delay, interrupt, or disrupt the proceedings or refuse to obey the orders of the presiding officer. Any disruption will result in immediate removal of members of the public and possible action of the board to remove disruptive individual board members. I just want to make sure that we run this meeting as efficiently as possible and affording everybody the opportunity to make their comments. Ms. Prado, you're now recognized.
Okay, thank you. Just a second, am I on? Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Sendejo, thank you for the report. It was very informative. I hope that we'll continue to get updates as the time goes by. I was surprised at the number of kids that were actually being able to reach that are accessing our online instructional. I'm pleased to see that. And I would like for you to express our sincere thanks to the cafeteria workers that are there, like you said, standing in the heat and the sun and handing out these meals to the family. 71,000 meals from then until April. That's a lot of meals. So I wish there was more, because I know there's more families out there in need. Ms. Alderete mentioned, I was glad to see we have a date for graduation. Do we have a venue?
Yes, ma'am, we do, Mrs. Prado. It is the Freeman Coliseum.
Okay. Great. So they were able to move us?
Yes, ma'am. We're actually holding on to our June 4th date and the backup as July 22nd. Of course, we can definitely have a backup to the backup. Many of conversations have been had about virtual graduations. We feel that our students need to be celebrated with their families alongside them, and that's why we really wanted to look for a venue that would be able to hold and not put a ticket number to the celebration for our students.
Okay, thank you. And just like Ms. Alderete, I have not received a newsletter either.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We will get you the newsletter.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prado. Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña, you're now recognized for 3 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't have anything, but I just want to thank Ms. Sendejo for all her hard work and everything that she's doing for, our students and our, school board employees. My hat's off to you, Ms. Sendejo. I know, you have to multitask in every different things, but, I just want to thank you for everything and all your hard work that you do for our district.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra-Peña.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra-Peña. Mr. Flores, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. First, Ms. Sendejo, I just want to thank you and your staff, which includes all the teachers, administrators, the cafeteria workers, the facilities, maintenance, everybody down the line. What caught my attention, and I want to say that I apologize for not reading thoroughly an email you sent recently where you showed us the figures on how many of the kids we actually captured, on distance learning and to that effect. And I want to thank you because it shows that at the end of the day, everybody cares and that everybody's working together. And that the numbers, as the weeks were going on, were growing. The staff was engaging and reaching the community, and to see a 96.6% and in the elementary and 92.2% in secondary, to me that's awesome. Now, I'm wondering if the kids are ready to learn or they just didn't want to do any more chores, right? But I'm excited that these kids are, that these teachers, right, our educators at all levels created a bond with the kids that they can now be at this type of environment of distant learning and still they captured them to continue in their learning efforts and their teaching efforts. And to me, that's outstanding. As of weeks have passed, my things for my job have changed. As before I was available to pass by some of the schools and all these things, but I only hear about how our food distribution, the cafeteria people and everybody involved are out there giving to the kids and excited, and all the teachers and principals that were giving out the Chromebooks and were that's engaged with the community. To me, that's so exciting. Me hearing that and seeing pictures of that, and I appreciate it. And I just want to commend your leadership in this, and just seeing the outpouring of care, from both sides, from our sides and the community responding. And so thank you. And, I appreciate again those numbers. And, the article from SAISD scared me that 25% of those kids were missing, that came out recently. And, our numbers are phenomenal. And so, again, just thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Kevin Roscoe, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief, Ms. Sendejo, to you and all the staff. My thoughts are that your reaction to this crisis was swift, and you've been consistent in that reaction since then. And what I see is that business is being taken care of, and kids are continuing to learn, and families are still being served, and food service really, of course, stepped up. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. And, taking care of our kids, taking care of our families, because this is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this. And I think that your reaction speaks volumes about the competence of everyone involved. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Ms. Veronica Barba, you are recognized for 3 minutes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank Ms. Sendejo and everybody else to the whole school district. Everything they've done a good job. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Barba. I'll time myself here for 3 minutes as well. I just want to echo the feedback from my board members. Certainly, Ms. Sendejo and I, as board president, superintendent, communicate often. The phenomenal job that her and her staff has done in her leadership role to continue to provide services to our students and to our community. I think that there's been tremendous support from everyone that's been involved to see the sincerest commitment, not only by the teachers and staff, but by our board members as well, willing to support Ms. Sendejo and her staff. And I know she likes to always, as good leaders, they like to deflect all the credit, and as they should. And I'm in agreement with her that it's a total team effort, and that's exactly what's taken place. I'm in agreement with Mr. Roscoe. The situation that we are involved in at the moment, no one could have anticipated. No one could have essentially. I mean, there's states, there's state governments that weren't fully prepared for something like this to come around, and to the extreme that it came around. So certainly, from a South San ISD perspective, I'm in total agreement with Mr. Roscoe that your decisiveness and how swiftly you addressed what was required for the safety of our employees and continue to service our students and our community. So I want to just sincerely thank you, and anything that you and your team require as support from the Board of Trustees, please let us know, because we're right there with you. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
What I did, so there was communication from a community member in the group chat that there was comments sent in via for the citizens to be heard portion. So unless Mr. O'Hanlon says that I cannot do that, I'd like to quickly. There was just one comment that I would like Mr. Roscoe to read into the record, if that's okay, Mr. O'Hanlon.
Please do.
Okay. Go ahead, if you would, Mr. Roscoe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So we have one citizen to be heard, and I'm going to read the letter verbatim. It starts, Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board, Ms. Sendejo, and audience. My name is Shannon O'Dowd, and I am representing South San AFT. Overall, considering the challenges, the adjustments to the pandemic has gone as well as possible. Have there been problems? Yes, of course, but teachers and support personnel keep working through them. But the bottom line is that teachers and support personnel miss being with their students in their schools and classrooms. We especially want to salute all those providing food for our students during this stay-home period. I would also like to address item 8 on the consent agenda. Tonight, you will be voting on asking the Texas Education Agency for a T-test waiver for this school year. South San AFT urges you to support that waiver request. Applying the T-test to distance learning is improper at this point. Teachers are teaching in totally unfamiliar circumstances. Appraisers are trained to measure teacher performance in the classroom, not the teacher's living room. Many teachers are teaching with their children in the home or others living in their home, as well as distractions. Other parts of the appraisal application are difficult to implement. For example, many teachers can't retrieve documentation they need to submit. Teachers don't have the advantage of raising a rating by having walkthroughs through regular classrooms. Asking for a second appraiser is also a difficult undertaking with the unusual circumstances, and filing a grievance concerning the T-test is difficult to do in a timely manner. Should the district request for a T-test waiver by TEA be approved, we also ask that teachers have the choice of having a T-test this year and that this decision be left to the teacher. Some teachers may prefer to proceed with having one. In summary, South San AFT is requesting that you approve the T-test waiver tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco. And certainly we'll forward, I'm not sure if Ms. Sendejo received that, but we'll certainly forward on so that way she has that to her avail. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. These items are of routine administrative or non-controversial nature. The board has been furnished with background and support material on each item, and/or it has been discussed at a previous meeting. All consent agenda items will be acted upon by one vote without being discussed separately, unless requested by a trustee, in which event the item or items will be immediately withdrawn for individual consideration in its normal sequence after the items not requiring separate discussion have been acted upon. The remaining items will be adopted by one vote. And I'll read out the agenda items. So number one, approval of the memo of understanding between Martinez Street Women's Center and South San ISD. Number two, approved memorandum of understanding between Sanford Harmony and SSA ISD to implement their social and emotional learning program at all 10 elementary schools. Item number three, approved consultant services contract between South San Antonio ISD and the University of Texas Health Center of San Antonio. Item number four, approved memorandum of understanding program agreement between South San Antonio ISD and Joven. Item number five, approved memorandum of understanding between SA Youth and SS ISD for the implementation of out-of-school time programs at all 4 middle schools for the 2020-2021 school year. Item number six, approved memorandum of understanding between SA Youth and SSA ISD for the implementation of an out-of-school time program at Kazin Middle School for the 2020 spring and summer sessions. Item number seven, approve the memorandum of understanding between Common Threads and SSA ISD to continue their cooking and nutrition education program with the elementary and middle school campuses to help promote healthier lifestyles via education. Item number eight is the T-test waiver. Item number nine is approve the 2020-2021 SSA ISD IMA and TEC certification. Item number 10, Brain Pop online subscription. Item number 11, approve the selection and purchase of new English language arts textbooks for grades 9 through 12 that align with the new TEKS. Item number 12, approval of the April budget amendment. Item number 13, approval of the interlocal agreement between the City of San Antonio and individually the 12 public education districts within its borders. Item number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed. Item number 15, approval of district administration to apply for membership with the Purchasing Cooperative Central Texas Purchasing Alliance. And item number 16, approval of district administration to apply for membership with Purchasing Cooperative TextBuy. At this time, board members, are there any items that anyone requests to be withdrawn for individual consideration?
May I speak?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Alderete.
I have number 14.
You'd like to withdraw number 14?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there we go. I just have a question on number 11, so I don't know if I can ask that later. Or I should ask it now, so I'd like to pull 11 as well.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Alderete has pulled items number 11 and 14. Any other board members would like to pull items for individual consideration? The chair hearing no more requests for individual consideration. I'll entertain a motion to approve items numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16.
I will move that we approve numbers 1 through 16 and withdrawing 11 and 14 from consent.
I second.
I have a motion by Mr. Roscoe. I have a second by Ms. Alderete. Michelle, if we can get a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Ms. Alderete approved. We'll start with item number 11. Approve the selection and purchase of new English language arts textbooks for grades 9 through 12 that align with the new TEKS. Ms. Alderete?
Yeah, I just have a question on that one. So, moving forward, if we're not back where we need to be, come the start of the school year, in case something, we're not back into groups and we're able to start school on time, how will this work?
Ms. Alderete, we will have online access for the textbooks as well as print copies as well. So anything we buy these days, we normally buy both things.
Okay, so then it'll be basically like what we've done thus far is if we have to do that, then they can drive up and get their packets or they can do the online thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know with that one.
Thank you, Mrs. Alderete. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute and I knew Ms. Shields was here for that particular item and I could not.
No, it's okay. I saw the smile, so I knew. Okay, and then, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion on item number 11.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was that? Mr. Shirley Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Michelle, if I can have a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
And thank you. And Michelle, yes, I'll be asking for a roll call just to make sure that we get everybody in the record and with the virtual meeting that we're having all to adapt to. The next item that Ms. Alderete pulled was item number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed. Ms. Alderete?
My question with this one is, we kind of got hit last time around as a district for doing this with nothing. We all know what happened. So is this wise of us to do again? You know what? I don't, especially with what's going on right now and financially not knowing where we're going to be. Is it wise to do this?
Mrs. Alderete.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Alderete, we'll give you some background as to how the RFP came around and a decision for, the RFQ and how it came around. And Mr. Doucette is here with us. So if you can bear with me just so we can give you some insight specifically to what you just asked. And if there's anything that Mr. O'Hanlon can also share with us at some time first. I'm sorry. Could you all hear? I heard some background noise there.
You went out. You went out for a couple seconds.
Mr. Doucette will come on board to speak on behalf of this on the background, and then we can revert back to Mr. O'Hanlon as well for some additional information. So thank you for asking that, and of course making the connection that you just made. Mr. Doucette.
Thank you, Ms. Nayo. First, I'll probably go ahead and just defer to Mr. O'Hanlon for the background. As most of you know, I've been with the district just coming up on 2 years, so I'm not going to even try to entertain answering what Ms. Alderete was referring to. I know the district has had some issues in the past related to construction projects and stuff. Everything that I've heard, I don't want to go on hearsay, so I'll defer to Mr. O'Hanlon first off to kind of give a background, and then we'll talk about why this was issued and the way it was done.
Can y'all hear me? There's a bit of an echo.
You have a really bad echo.
Yeah.
The last time.
Mr. Rodriguez, we may need to mute
everybody.
I think Mr. Lallman can mute everyone and then unmute.
Yes.
Okay. The last time that we went out for bids for architectural services was in 2017. Those bids were good for 3 years. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Hanlon, there's a huge echo. Do you have a speaker or something else that's nearby?
No. I don't know what this is. That's all right.
Yeah, there's a.
No, let's try it again. In 2017, we went out for bids for architectural services. Those good bids were good for 3 years, so it's time to come up. These bids are under what's called the Professional Services Procurement Act. Under the Professional Services Procurement Act, there is a two-step process for acquiring services like architectural services. The first step is the identification of potential vendors. The district went out for bids and got a list of potential vendors. The staff is recommending that presentation of those vendors tonight. That you got on the list does not mean that you're going to get a contract, or that we'll ever do a contract, because the second step of the Public Services Procurement Act requires us to negotiate with one of the selected architects to get the best value for the district on a specific project. So if Ms. Alderete is concerned about price, this does not authorize any expenditure at all. This is enabling. It is not created an obligation or a contract for architectural services. It is simply creating a list from which we can select if we do projects at some point in the future.
Thank you, Mayor. There you go. Ms. Alderete, were you able to hear his response?
Yeah. So one last question: how do we go about getting this list? How are we deciding on this list?
So the firms that are listed on the agenda item were actually the firms that responded to the RFQ.
Okay.
So again, as Mr. O'Hanlon said, it's a two-step process. We'll select the firms that are listed here, And then if we have a project coming up, we'll negotiate with the selected firm. If we can't come to an agreement, then we terminate the negotiation and go down to the next firm. And this process will continue until both parties are satisfied through the negotiation process, and then the contract can be put in place.
Okay, that answers my curiosity, and I think it was great. I'm sure constituents see this and they're like, well, what is this? So to hear that information is good to hear so that they understand it as well. So thank you very much. It answered my questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions on number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña. Michelle, if we can have a roll call, please.
Lucy Alderete,
Yes.
Robert Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay. Connie Prado,
Drop off, Michelle.
okay, I'll circle back to her. Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Roscoe,
Yes.
Veronica Barba,
Yes.
Miss Prado, Miss Connie Prado back on.
Did I miss?
I think she dropped off. Motion passes.
Okay, so we'll record it as a 6-0 vote, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, and let's see if she gets. Let's give her another couple seconds here.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like she's back on. Ms. Prado, are you there?
Prado?
That was
Okay.
Scott.
I see her name there. Miss Prado, are you there?
Okay, we can move forward with the 6-0.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. The next item on the agenda is presentations and reports. Item number 1, the quarterly investment report. Ms. Sandejo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Members of the board, you received the backup information for the quarterly investment report. Interesting enough that this particular quarter, we know that bond payments were due, so you will see some activity in that area. You also received the report details of the quarterly investment, which is our long process for this. I do want to reference the second page. Mr. Rodriguez, Mrs. Prado's mic is not working. She just messaged me.
Her microphone is not working. Mr. Lalaman, is she unmuted? Okay.
She says her vote was yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Did you catch that, Michelle?
Apparently she can hear us though.
Okay, she might want to try disconnecting and then reconnecting.
So her vote was yes. Did I hear that right?
Well, we didn't hear it from her officially.
No, right. It's not technically, but
Okay.
Did she raise her hand?
Do we see her picture, Mr. Rodriguez?
I do not see her video.
Because I know she was on live.
Okay.
Yes, maybe she can type or wave her hand, either or. On the next one, I'm assuming.
There's a link in there that you can go by phone as well.
Right.
Sure, I don't see her. Oh, there she is. I'm going to ask her if you can hear us. Yes, ma'am. He says she, Mrs. Prado can hear us and she can see us.
Okay. Can anyone see her raise her hand for her vote? Or she can put it in the chat.
She says her face is there. Let me see, Mrs. Prado. Let me see here. Do you see her, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am.
I can see her. Ms. Prado, so for item number 14 on the consent agenda, we are at a 6-0 vote. I would like to know your vote. Is it yes or no? Please raise your hand if it is yes. Okay, I will log it as a 7-0 vote as I have witnessed her hand be raised. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Well, I think if anything, we'll continue using that process. So keep an eye on Mrs. Prado there, Michelle.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back, Mr. Rodriguez, in the quarterly investment report details, I did want to shift over to the second page, as you do see the activity that has taken place. On the original first document, you see the total deposits of in our investment pools, which total up to that 44 million, 4.5 give or take. We ended with 57 million with about 25.8 million of withdrawals. And that is a combination that you will see on the second page. So you really have to see both at the same time, just so that you can revert back on the numbers. As you recall, we were fortunate enough to have our audit and learn and revisit our policy. And that has really assisted us this far. In addition to that, you will see our our bond payments on the second page, as well as the transfers that were made out and the withdrawals, which are our standard procedure withdrawal to cover our payments and expenses, which you have the description for, as well as the transfer out and where it was transferred into with that specific detail. I hope that it has been working. I believe this is the third quarterly investment report, and it seems to assist us. Ms. Clarita, along with the department, the business department is phenomenal in this area and provides us the quarterly investment report details. If there are any questions, Mr. Rodriguez, I'd be happy to welcome those and attempt to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. I'll just go down the line again. Ms. Alderete, do you have any questions regarding the quarterly investment report?
No, sir.
Ms. Prado? Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
No, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Flores?
No. No.
Mr. Kevin Rasco?
No questions.
No, no questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir.
For that report. Once again, providing very detailed information on the financial posture of the district is of the utmost importance. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
That'll move us into item number 2, the monthly financial statements for February and March 2020. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board, as you recall, you did receive the March monthly budget report via the Friday superintendent report to you all. So I'm going to revert to March specifically, because February was it's always presented the month after. And so that's what you will see here, February for March and March for April, and it works on a cumulative basis. So you'll see very normal the year to date on here and where we are in regards to our revenues. Of course, the difference there that we're still pending and what we have received. Alongside that, in February, I did share that the expended percentages will shift, and they will continue to shift as we are finalizing our FTE review by function. We are comfortable and confident that that is going to continue assisting us through this process. Where you will see a shift is on 81 facilities acquisition and construction. We had over $800,000 of POs encumbered, and so you see the difference there at about 79%. That speaks to that. When I take a look at a 55% expended and others that are shifting higher or maybe even lower, there's a story again to be told there. And that one in particular is because of POs that have to do with our construction that continues to phase in. Alongside that, we do see the red in parentheses. That has been there already for several months. As you all know, we do have the self-funding medical insurance. And of course, we're hoping that we can bring that back into the to the general fund. Shifting over to the next page, food service, I think I'm a broken record when it comes to this. Mr. Stevens and the team there, we've always had such a healthy balance there, and it continues to transition very smoothly with the number of months, what we've received and what we've expended. So thank you to the team there. Lastly, you'll see the debt service fund, and we did have our February activity by paying out the bonds, and you will see the next cycle of action to these particular numbers in the near future in August. So you will see the year to date there and the difference of what's pending and what has been received. Very normal. I mean, it's great. I usually bring every single month and do the comparison, and we look at the percentages that have been received. Of course, what has been expended. And then you always look at those numbers in the red and in the black, and that's always important to be mindful of. Along with that, our budget meetings have continuously assisted us. So if there's anything else that you as a governance body may want to review or see, by all means, do not hesitate. We will do everything in our responsible power to get that to you all if there's anything else that we can clarify when it comes to all these numbers and the month-to-month budget reports. Mr. Rodriguez, that is it. Like I said, I didn't reference February because it's also part of the March update.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Alderete, do you have any questions regarding the financial reports?
No.
Ms. Prado? She's still, I don't think she can still hear, right? Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
No, I don't have any questions.
There's Ms. Prado. Ms. Prado, welcome back.
Ms. Prado.
My mic is working on and off, but no, I have no questions. I'm going to leave it on. I'm not going to be muting it.
Okay. Ms. The financial reports?
Hello? No.
Mr. Rasco, any questions regarding the financial reports?
No, sir, I do not.
And Ms. Veronica Barba?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you very much. Again, great work by you and your staff. It certainly helps the Board of Trustees when we receive this on a consistent basis, all the way down to the Budget Committee level, where we get a little bit more granular to make better decisions and ultimately forward best recommendations to the full board for their consideration. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir. I continue to say my hat's off to Ms. Clarita, as she coaches me every single time, and by far one of the major fears of doing this. And it's amazing how much of that you can retain and really look at numbers. I enjoy numbers at this capacity. Of course, it continues to grow on me. Thank you, Ms. Clarita, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo. At this time, the Board of Trustees will convene into closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Item number 1, discussion concerning personnel matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Item number 2, consider level 3 grievance of Marco A. Guerra pursuant to District Policy DGBA Local. And item number 3, discussion with Superintendent Search Team concerning the status of the superintendent search. The time is 7:12 p.m. And board members, I will be forwarding you a meeting link into your email that you will use to join the executive session. So if for some reason you do not receive that or you're having technical difficulties, please contact Ms. Sendejo right away.
Mr. Rodriguez, just for clarification, are they logging into the one that is labeled grievance on your calendar first, or are we doing the closed session that you're going to send?
I'm doing the closed session first.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ibarra Peña and Ms. Barba, have you received the email from Mr. Rodriguez to enter into closed session? Also, Mr. O'Hanlon as well. So you would exit this meeting and go into the closed session, and Mr. Rodriguez will be emailing you.
No, I did. I don't think you missed anything on the probationers. We can do them. Can you hear me?
Mr. Hannon, are you on mute?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hang on a second. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Pardon me? Oh, I'm in the wrong meeting. Okay. I can hear the executive session.
And I do see Dr. Share a comments as we did work with
Okay, it looks like we have I see we have Ms. Alderete.
Hey.
We are waiting on Ms. Prado.
Yes, sir. I just got off the phone with her. She knows.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. There is Ms. Sendejo. Did we have Ms. Prado and Ms. Barber on? Just waiting on 2 board members.
We got 17 people.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
Can we call Ms. Barber?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we
I'm
can hear
calling
you.
her now. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Michelle.
Oh, maybe I should sit up. Falling asleep in the corner. Connie froze.
Hello?
Hello. She might have to go out and come back in. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We are just waiting on Ms. Barber.
The good thing is we don't have to drive too far to our bed.
That's true.
I kind of missed the dinner, huh?
Just turn off the computer and straight to bed.
I still have notes. I have notes. I have like an hour worth of notes to print. There's Veronica. Oh no, it says she left.
It says she left, yeah. So that means she should be there.
No, this says Veronica joined.
Joined, yeah.
Janet Doucette joined.
Yeah, there she is. Okay. She made it. Okay, at this time, the board, that's okay. At this time, the board will reconvene back into open session. The time is 11:52 p.m. The next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action. The first item being discussion and possible action to approve the proposed recommendations of staff, contracts, and/or administrator contracts. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions.
Yes, Mr. President, I have a motion.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
make a motion that we table the staff and administrators' contracts and not accept the superintendent's recommendation of termination of Ms. Vertiz Jackie.
I have a motion by Ms. Prado. Do I have a second?
I second.
A second by Ms. Alderete.
Yes.
Michelle, if I may have a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
I will abstain.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
No.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the hiring of West Campus High School principal. And I would actually like to make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation of Christina Cardenas as the West Campus High School principal. Do I hear a second?
Second.
That was a second by
Me.
Sure,
Agree.
Ms. Ibarra Peña? Okay,
Yes.
second by Ms. Ibarra Peña. Michelle, if I may have a roll call, please.
Stacy Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is discussion and possible board action concerning level 3 grievance of Marco A. Guerra. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions.
Board President, I would like to make a motion
Yes, ma'am.
to express our concern on how this matter was handled.
I have a motion by Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Prado. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
No.
Connie Prado.
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
No.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible board action concerning the superintendent search. The chair will entertain any motions.
Board President, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Flores. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is adjournment. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'm adjourned.
I have a motion to adjourn by Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña. Do I have a second?
Second. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Everyone have a safe week. Good night.
Safe. Wash your hands.